Hello? Hello, chat? Hello? Speak to me. Is anybody there? Mira's got an excuse. Hey. Allison, behave. Hello, General Kenobi. Danny! Hello, Danny. Everybody welcome, Victoria. First time in the stream. Allison, stop making faces. Especially swearing faces. There's younglings in the chat. How are you all doing? Hey, Candice. I'm assuming this is Candice. Based on the name. Again, same thing every time. Everybody's name is different on all the different platforms, so I've got no idea. How are you all doing, guys? Is everybody ready to paint Ahsoka? Again? For the third time? I can't believe you guys still turn up. In fact, I can't believe there's more of you this time than there was last time. What do you mean, no? I'm super excited for colours. Well, lucky for you, I still have to do the arm braces. And then we'll get on to colour. Yeah, I'm fine started already. You guys are in such a rush. We've got 4 hours. 4 hours! Oh, by the way, Victoria, we have a special initiation ceremony around here where if somebody new comes in the chat and I already follow them, I have to publicly embarrass them by showing off all of their artwork so everybody can go and follow them. So, be careful. Don't make me do it. What? Alison, why are you still... What's with all the swears? Oh my god. Yep. So I'm just gonna go ahead and bring that up. Yep, I'm doing it. Here she is. Here's Victoria, everyone. Go follow her. Go show her some love. We're going to embarrass her with all of her Among Us and furry pictures. I never saw this cat before. Oh, apparently I did. I like the cat. Good job. Are you embarrassed yet? What do you mean, nah, it's just a purple cat? You've got great art. Don't do yourself down. Okay. Has everybody gone and followed Victoria? I'm going to have to start refreshing this just to make sure. Alright, I trust you. Anyway. For any newbies who weren't here last time or didn't catch the end of the last stream, it is really good, Danny. It is really good. For you guys that didn't catch the end of the last stream, we actually went and we got quite a lot done. So the vast majority of the armor is done. Sorry. Yeah, so the vast majority of the armor is done. We've got some lovely values going on here. We just need to get these arm bracery things done, and then we can finally move on to some colour. But, as always, I want to know what you guys are doing. Is anybody drawing anything? You have to tell me. It's tradition. Forget Christmas, or Thanksgiving, or whatever it is that you guys celebrating. It's tradition every time I go on stream. You have to tell me what you're drawing. Victoria, I know you're drawing. Working on a new profile picture. Everybody seems to be doing that. Amber was doing that last stream as well. Is it another half one? Rocket and Groot still. It's just about done. Nice. Are you going to post tonight? Obviously. Tonight being a bit late for me, but... Yeah, Alison, are you going to do something very, very similar to... Oh, yeah, you've already asked that. What's going on? I'm drawing a new Vico picture, and I draw this in your style. Yes! Show me the entries. Show them to me. Well, you're going to have to get the background done, aren't you? Honestly. See, Victoria was included in the prize draw because she has been sending me whips, but she's not had time to finish it completely. Nice one, Danny. Hopefully we'll see it. Hopefully I'm not asleep. Maybe you'll finish it by the end of the stream, who knows? And we can embarrass you on Instagram. Anyway. Like I said, we're going to be getting the braces done. First up, hopefully they shouldn't take too long. And we'll go from there. So hopefully by the time Mira's back, we will be ready to colour. And Alison, here's proof. Lots of layers, all ready to go. Ha. So I'm just going to move it over to here. There we go. Obviously at this point I need to get my bearings because I've not looked at this for a few days. Try and figure out what layers which. Right. So what I would normally do is get the highest layer and work outwards. So, hello there, General Kenobi. General Froggy. How's it going, Zoe? It's you. It is you. Can confirm. Zoe is Zoe. Ah. Now, actually, that other part, if you give me a second, that kind of wrist, not wrist, but you know, the outside of the hand is a bit big, so I might not do that from this layer just yet. Can't stay long because it's 10 PM and it's school night again, so your mum's going to have a go at you again, right? Other than that, I'm all good. We chillin'. Chilling all over again. So just like last time, I've cut out a new layer from an existing one. I'm just going to play with that brightness to differentiate it a bit. And we can start playing. So it kind of comes out a bit like this. Guys, let me know, would you prefer me to work on screen with the references on screen? Or, you know, more zoomed in like this? Because obviously if I have the references up on screen, it will be zoomed out quite a lot, but you prefer the zoom with no references. And I'll just switch in between having references every now and again. Does that work? Just move that shape around a bit. Alison's calling the shots around here again. Candice says zoomed. Candice, are you working on anything tonight? Tonight, today, wherever it is that you are? Zoomed is good. Nice. So just like last time, I'm going to create a few new layers. Just going to darken that out with a really tiny brush to get some detail in. Make it look nice in 3D. I was surprised there's so many of you in here today. I don't think we've ever had 7 people right at the start of the screen. Which means some people are lurking again, aren't they? And I could quickly go in and have a look and see if it's anybody we know and call them out. Because I'm a bastard. Zoe, don't tell your parents I said that. Yeah, just gonna soften out these edges. Bruh, my parents taught me to swear in 4 languages. Bruh, you're a sisto. Why aren't you like a normal kid? You're supposed to learn to swear at school, not from your parents. Jesus. Obviously, guys, if you've got any questions about what we're doing, I know a lot of you were here last time, but feel free to let us know. And obviously chat amongst yourselves and make fun of me for my terrible British accent in the chat. Sorry, I was busy developing mental illness in school. I didn't have time to learn how to swear too. Well, there we go. We all learned something new. Trust Zoe to lighten the party. Cool, so that's looking okay. Let's blend this bit down here a bit. So if we go back to the full screen, we can kind of see she's got this little pointy outy thing and also the pattern down the side. So once again, just going to merge that down. Get rid of some of this crap around the edges. So guys, am I gonna get this finished in time for Friday's Mandalorian? What do we think? We're taking bets. Just in time for, you know, that trending hashtag. Get some nice little likes and follows. Yeah, ha 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 ha. I'd bet. What is with you today? Jesus. And then we watch it and we find out that she's not actually there. I say, yeah. Well, you say that. But who knows? Who knows? So, how does the shape go? Kind of goes a bit up. Out and around, isn't it? Yeah, normally a paint like this would take me somewhere between 16 and 20 hours, so by the time Friday comes around we will be at about 16, so we might just get it done. How's the music volume, by the way? I turned it up a little bit. Good. Kind of do that. Which is nice. But it is kind of a bit battered and bruised in it, so in it brah. Just gonna put some of these little scrape marks just to see what we can do and blend that in nicely. Not my style, but I like the music. Good. Why not? It's chill, baby. Chill. No, Victoria, I spoke with the others a bit about this last stream, and I actually had to change the music from my original slightly more upbeat stuff because it got copyright claimed on YouTube. Hooray! Like within 20 minutes, it was ridiculous, and it was a 4-hour stream, and I got copyright claimed for 3 minutes of song. So, fantastic. You just love the internet. Again, let's just merge this in a bit. Zoe, are you working on anything tonight? Nice. An art friend. Sure, why not? Why not? If you send it to me on Instagram, I'll have a little quick look-see. And we did speak briefly in Discord about the 5 minutes is fine. About the Christmas what do you call it? The Secret Santa. People were up for it, but we didn't get a huge amount of response. So I'll put another message up at some point in the next few days. And if we get a bigger response, then maybe we'll do it. But I don't want to risk loads of people obviously not having time, and then potentially people getting disappointed. Because that's not very Christmassy. So that one's more or less done. So let's just copy that. Let's see. It's kind of curved, isn't it? So it almost needs to be flipped. Let's get some nice dark values just in there. Just to contrast a bit with what we've got going on. It's nice. This is going to be a bit of an awkward shape. I'm just going to play around with it, see if I can get something roughly similar. Yep. Ah, the beauties of digital art. Ha ha ha. And again, the beauty of it is it might, for example, if you zoom in right here, you can see where that's kind of cut itself out. But, let's see, you can just blend it in nicely. Nice and sweet. Might just turn this up a tad. Go. Looks alright, doesn't it? And it also makes me now wonder why I bothered screwing around with the hand so much, considering it's now all going to be covered anyway. Don't you be effing in the chat without me telling you to. Who do you think you are? I sent it to you, F. Zoe, you don't need to do it twice. It's fine. Now, do I embarrass you on stream or not? That's the question. That is the question. Damn, that's nice. I really like the way that you've done the background. Guys, am I showing this off? Am I embarrassing Zoe? What do you mean, no? Zoe Allison doesn't want to see your artwork. I agree with her. No. I didn't ask if you could see it. I said, would you like me to show you it? Would you like to see it? I know it's early in the States, but come on. It's not that early. How do you think I feel? I stared at it for 2 hours. Hey, that's alright. I've stared at this one for 8 so far. Oh, I love Zoe's art. Oh, okay, now you've changed your tuner. Now you want to see it. Zoe, don't underestimate your art. Hold on. There it is. There it is. Look how cool that background is, by the way. I love the way that you've got that movement. I mean, just that's great. Like, the kind of the thing which most people would always do would be to keep the background straight, and I fall into that trap all the time as well. So having that nice curve, sort of going around the background, that's amazing. The way that it comes out like that. It is amazing. See? See, Zoe? You don't have to be shy. Yeah, good job. Is Tori on Instagram as well? I feel as though I recognise the name. Yas. Yes, she is. Oh, it's very much yikes. Okay. I know very much yikes. Cool. So I'm just going to merge that so it's in as one. I'm going to again just get those nice dark colours. In there like that. She's quite popular. Well, she doesn't turn up to the streams, does she? So therefore, you are more popular. Come on, guys. Tell Zoe how popular she is in the chat. Come on. She's in school. We're trying to save her right now. Stay in school, dude. Most popular. Hey, don't diss school too much. You'll miss it when you're gone. I know that's what adults always say, and I didn't used to believe it either. Hold on. Just try again. Does that work? Kind of works. Seriously, right? School was, looking back on it, awesome. Ollie, I'm doing the... I have no idea what the discount IB means. What the hell is that? Is that a thing? Danny hates school too. Aw. Well, don't worry. You've got the art community. We'll save you. Sometimes. IB is a curriculum. I don't know, I'm old. Man. Plus, I'm British, so it's probably different. Give me a break. It's not my fault I'm old and British. Man, with this music, I swear, right, I should be drinking like a pina colada or something by the pool, not sipping a coffee. Let's get that edge done nice. Have fun, Zoe. Thank you for popping in. Maybe if we do it on Friday, you'll be able to stay a bit longer. Nighty night. Oh, Burbs is in the chat, everyone. When did you sneak in? I didn't see you sneak in, Burbs. Yeah, this is looking alright. I might add a few little bits of darker tones on the edge, just to kind of show that shadow. You joined like 3 minutes ago. You have been here for 3 minutes and you didn't even say hello? What is this? Think this is some kind of charity? Please don't leave. It's looking a little bit better, isn't it? Cool. Might also just add a wee bit of dark shading to the edge of this as well. Don't worry about it, Burbs. Are you working Are you working on anything this evening? Even though it's not evening for you. Morning, afternoon. You get the point. Just take it away. It's much better, isn't it? Yeah. Again, I'm not quite sure why I'm being so finicky right away, because again, I'm going to go through after this and I'll show you what I'll do for soft shading once I get that other arm plate done. Then finally we'll move on to colour. Actually, I might just... where's it gone? Might just take this up a little bit just to match in. That's good, isn't it? I'm working on another drawing, but I haven't got much done so far. That's alright. Chill out, relax, be mellow. Obviously, if you, just like Zoe, if you've got any works in progress or anything that you want to share, send them to me on Instagram. We can have a look, we can have a discussion, anything you want. If you want any advice, don't know why you want advice from me, to be honest, but offers there. Same with the rest of you. Bring this up a bit again. Just gonna get them buttons in. So just to confirm, because I know you guys can't see it when it's zoomed in, the minute I'm just working on these bits just here. You're welcome. And obviously, you joined the Discord last time, I think, didn't you? You've been in there for a while. So, if you ever want any advice or anything, make sure to go in there and post in one of the chats. And I'm sure everybody will be happy to help out any way they can. Mira's back. Hi, Mira. Welcome. How was your drive? We're really close now to colour, I promise. hopefully within the next half hour. Just gonna get these little bits done. The drive was boring. How was work? Lol, I can't wait. Neither can I, because I'm getting tired of doing everything black and white. Might just go around a little bit of a edging highlight here as well. Just to bring that out. Touch. Equally boring. Why am I not surprised? Okay, I can't honestly tell. I feel as though that needs to be lighter, but I think we're gonna wait and change it when we change the colours, because it'll be slightly easier to manipulate. What do you think? Or should I change it now? Alison, feel free to, you know, comment a stupid face, you know, like the rest of the chat. At the end, I need colours. Don't worry, there'll be a lot of colouring. There'll be a lot of colouring. Of course, now I've lost the layer. There we go. Mira, are you working on anything tonight? Yeah, give it a nice zoom out. You see what I mean? You can kind of tell it's separate. But I might need to adjust it slightly a bit later on. So now on to the next one. It always makes me interested with Ahsoka's armor though. It's like, it doesn't actually attach to anything. It's just kind of, I don't know, floating. What is she missing still? Looks fully clothed to me. Literally, just that sort of arm shield. Which I'm more or less going to take from what I've already done here, and that's it, and then we will be starting with the colour. So potentially a Yu-Gi-Oh illustration. Nice! That is not something I expected to hear. And I could be really jammy here, and just to get this done a bit quicker. That actually looks reasonably good, doesn't it? It kind of works. I know it's really jammy, but... and it needs a little bit of adjusting. Lol, I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh fan. I've not seen it in years. I know it is on Netflix. And every time I see it pop up, I'm like, well, should I? Should I? And then I'm like, nah, I'll watch the same thing I've watched 500 times before. again. Round that off a bit. No problem, Burbs. Take it easy. And we will see you later, maybe. We'll be on for another 3.5 hours. I think that works okay. Again, let's just erase these little bits around here. And there. It's repetitive, 5 seasons. Pretty much, yeah. I seem to remember, it's one of those things as, like, a kid, you just loved because it was repetitive, but I don't know if I could stick it as an adult. They have movies. Well, we now know what Mira chills out to whilst drawing. Yu-Gi-Oh movies. Okay. I think, other than... Oh, God, of course. She's got these lightsaber clippy things, isn't she? That shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. Every time I look back at... See, this is why I don't work from reference, right? Every time I look back at it, there's more. So let's just quickly get that done as well. Gonna work, or should I just leave it without? I don't know. I don't know. Let's try it and see what happens. Again, it's awkward because it's actually lighter, isn't it? So it's actually quite thick. I'm pretty sure this is where she hooks the lightsabers. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't need to be too fussy with it. As long as we've got some nice shape there, I think we should be fine. More or less, isn't it? I just need to make it pop out a bit more. A bit kind of like that. And actually it's kind of cool, because if I make it slightly bigger, it actually kind of comes out there, doesn't it? Ooh. I'm not sure if I like it now. Again, just to confirm, it's this kind of little thing here. If we get some more of these edges in, it will. What brush am I using? This brush at the minute is just your normal hard brush, so your normal default brush. But I always set it when I'm painting to an opacity somewhere between 20 and 35-ish, depending on how thick I want the line. Looks 3D already. Thank you. There's some of that shading going on here. Turn it down again. But you see, like, the reason why it doesn't look like the hard brush yet is just because I keep playing with that opacity to try and blend in those colours. And a bit like we spoke about last time, for me it kind of gives it, when you zoom out, when we were speaking to Path, he was saying that he always does everything with a soft brush. So in essence, yeah, hold on, a brush which is like that. But for me, I think it just makes it too soft. You can always soften it later, so I always do it like that. Nope. Because when I do use the airbrush and the soft brush, it actually comes out much softer, which you'll see in a bit, because that's pretty much the next step before doing the full colour. That's too much now, isn't it? But yeah, for me it's easier to soften later, and I just prefer that aesthetic when you soften with the light rather than the form. I don't know, there's just something about it to me which just makes sense more, because again, like I said last time, I used to do the exact opposite. I used to start and I used to blend with the soft brush first and then add what is in essence hard shadows or hard highlights, and it just didn't work very well. Ended up looking almost too blended in terms of the physical, you know, whatever the physical product was within the painting, you know, whether that be a background or a person, etc. And it just had a really strange aesthetic when you had hard light over the top of it. Okay, we'll just take that contrast down a touch. And make it a wee bit lighter. That kind of works, doesn't it? Then underneath we're going to create another little bit, if it wants to, which clearly doesn't, because I'm using the eraser like a bloody plum. And we get that nice rounded sort of patchy thing which is going on underneath. Again, one of the really useful things about doing this in layers is you can see where you've made the mistakes, especially if you go over, or go under with something dark. And then lighten it. So I always go from dark to light, whereas again when I was starting out, I always used to go from light and then add shadows, whereas I do it completely the opposite now. Again, I can't remember who it was that said it. I think I probably mentioned him on the first stream I did when I started doing this again. It's a YouTuber called Mark Brunet, and he's like an art teacher. And he was saying how you should always start with your natural instinct is to start with what you think the color is, and then add shadow. What you should be doing is more or less starting with a slightly darker variation of the color and then adding light, because that's how, let's say, the sun works. It puts light on you and it variates the color itself, whereas shadow doesn't necessarily variate the color. Tuck this a bit, let's make it a bit bigger, a little bit wider, and a little bit more here as well. I think that's looking pretty good. Again, just to save time, I'm probably just going to duplicate this on the other side and put it in behind. We'll see if it works. Kind of. Actually need it to be poking out that much, but just so it looks as though something is there. Honestly, I think that is pretty much ready to start painting. So I'm just going to very quickly go ahead and name these, because I should have done it earlier, if I'm being honest. But yeah, we've got to the first hour. Ah, that's actually another thing I need to do. So I need to do this skin. That's the dress. Yeah, don't be an idiot like me, kids, and do this later, because... What is this? These are the arm things, aren't they? I don't even know what that is. That may just be nothing. I am indeed. Just because at this point, it's quite useful to know what they all are. Because I'm going to be going back and doing a lot of edits to all of them. And it's useful to know what's on top of each other. I do often do it, but I'm one of these people who forgets to do it as they're going along, and then sort of jumps back and does 50. Like, after I'm already halfway through the paint. And that's the headband, isn't it? Yeah. Nope. Yeah. So the one last thing I want to do, and this shouldn't take too long, I'm just going to get those Leku. Away from the skin. Yeah, like I said, I always forget to, so don't worry about that. The thing is, it then just saves time later on. I actually know of a fair few people who name the layers before they even get started. And I'm like, how does that work? Yes, I remember at the end when I need some layers and then start. But exactly. And because I'm more professional and streamy and stuff today, I thought it was probably a good idea to get it done. Just in case. Alright, cool. Obviously all of this can be adjusted slightly later on. People on level 1000 of having to get the name the literally, I'm like, how do you even know what you're drawing yet? Like 15 times throughout just this one paint, I've changed my mind. So it's like, how have you got a plan before you've even started? And there's things you forget as well. Those people be crazy. I think that should be alright. Let's give it a go. For whatever reason it always does that, I'm not quite sure why. Yeah, that works. I think they're over level 1000 to be honest. Okay, so in essence, from that one layer that we started with at the beginning of last stream, we've actually duplicated it to the point where all of this is duplicated and edited layers. So one more thing I like to do, I always like to duplicate this bottom one. Put it right to the bottom. Turn off the opacity. And lock it. Because it just means I've got a spare in case anything goes totally wrong. Which happens a surprising amount. But it also means that on this very bottom layer, there is always going to be a few little edges which you don't want there. So, just going to go around where it's really, really dark. Get rid of them. Soften up those edges. There we go. Let's give that a quick save. Mira, it's time. It's time. And definitely, I've done this 1,000 times, and just like with the hands, it's going to go wrong on stream. So, get ready for this. Okay, so we go for a nice orange colour. We're just going to clipping mask that over the top. Yeah! Yeah! We've been waiting for 2 goddamn streams for this. 2 goddamn streams. Now especially for the skin colour, I always like to go for hard light. That's just a personal preference. If I turn it down slightly, you can kind of see it's blended in. But again, the really useful thing with this is that if I was just going to quickly hide that, and I'm going to duplicate this skin layer. This is where doing it in grayscale comes into its own. So if I duplicate that, put it above that orange layer, turn that back on. So in essence we've got this, and then we've got the skin layer back on top of it again, and I'm going to clip and mask that as well. What I can actually do is play around and get, for example, if I use vivid light, I can get some of those highlights really, really light. Or if I use multiply, or let's say even linear burn or anything like this, it helps me get some of those darker shades in quite quickly. Then I can just play with that opacity, and it will keep those darker orange shades slightly darker. I can duplicate it again, but this time I'm going to go for a screen. And again, it's going to highlight those white areas underneath. It's just about keep on doing that, playing around a bit till you figure out what looks good. Now for me, that looks alright. And hello Path, I'm not ignoring you. How's it going, dude? You did join at exactly the right time. So that's our, in essence, base layer. Like I said, I've got another copy down here, so if anything does go wrong, I can always make another one of those. So, let us merge this. Okay. And this is where you can then start going over the top one more time. So just to begin with, I'm going to use the eraser and I'm just going to get rid of Oh, what am I doing? Give me a second. I've already made a doo-doo. Hold on. Just duplicate that one more time. I'm gonna make it a normal layer. Bring it all the way up. Nice. I'm gonna put it underneath. Then we're gonna merge it so it's one layer. And we've got that underneath, which can also peep through. Then it's just a case of very softly rubbing out. And again, just playing with that opacity. And I always like to leave a little bit of that skin colour in where the eyebrows and eyelashes etc. are, because it just adds a little bit of texture and skin colour etc. A bit of warmth is probably the best way to describe it. See, for the eyes I can take it up a bit. Path, have you been playing SWTOR? SWTOR? KOTOR? SWTOR? All day? And if not, why not? So yeah, I like to start off with this. Again, just get rid of the bits which aren't the skin colour. No, I gotta study now. Of course you have. Now the lips is always a tricky part because you could leave it the skin colour, but I personally prefer to go over in another colour a little bit later on. So again, it's just something that as a personal preference I like to erase. I like the way that she looks at you as if she's saying, what do you want now? Yeah. I think pretty much all my characters do that, to be fair. They're like, oh my god, he's drawing me again. Ugh. Path, what exam have you got tomorrow? Come on. Fess up. Now, yeah, again for me, I would honestly desaturate that just a wee bit. Because for me, it's just that little bit too bright at the minute. Maybe bring it slightly back up. But yeah, in essence, it's just playing around until you get something that you like. English, studying Shakespeare. The Merchant of Venice. Nice play. I still find it funny that there's other countries that make you study Shakespeare. Like, I get it that we had to do it, but it's like, why does everybody else have to do it? So yeah, at this point it's just a case of going around and just neatening up these little bits of overfill. You don't need to go too mad with it, because again it kind of adds to that blended feel of the paint or the painting. Well, lucky for you, it's not history, because we all know how you feel about history. Again, just cleaning up some of these areas. So that's actually alright, isn't it? Get rid of that lightsaber. Whoop. But I can do this much higher. Again, you don't need to get that shape perfect. Just well enough for now, because we're gonna go ahead and start colour picking in a little while. For whatever reason, that's actually overlapped it as well, isn't it? So let's get rid of that. And again, because we did all of that work early on in terms of the lighting, we can tell, even at this stage, that it's all coming from this direction. So kind of like that. Of course you can't see it. Coming from there. But now it's just kind of a bit of accentuating it. So we've got our skin layer there. Just zoom out and show you. So we've gone from that to that. Now it's just about bringing out some of that much lighter skin tones. And again, notice I'm still working with that hard brush. Get some of those lovely shines coming off the skin. Again, let's get rid of some of that dark. Well, merge it down first. Again, get rid of that dark edge and just leave a little hint of it there. And again, at this point I'm using the hard brush for the eraser, just to bring out those edges. again, just around these edges, just a little bit here. Just kind of indicate the collarbone, just a tad. Nothing too fancy. And then we're just back to blending again. Of course, you've got these lovely colours here now, which are going to blend nicely in together. And again, just constantly zooming out, just to have a look and see what's going on. And just indicate that movement on the cheekbones. Lighten it up a little bit more, thin down that brush, get some highlights on the nose, maybe even a bit lighter. Again, you can just keep going lighter and lighter until you're happy with that bounce off the skin. Obviously it looks a little bit odd at the minute because it's the only colour that's there, but don't be afraid to go full white because you're down the opacity anyway. Again, always thinking about where that light's coming from. Get those lovely blends in there. And of course, at this stage, you've done a lot of the hard work anyway, so you can actually really get in and blend some of these colours. And once again, I've not even started using the soft brush yet. And this would work in pretty much exactly the same way with skin tones. The only problem I have had with skin tones with doing this is they always seem to come out just a little bit dull when you've done grayscale underneath. If I wanted to, I could take it really much bigger and take that opacity right down. So the minute's about 11. And if we get a really nice light tone, just pick out those spots around the neck, give it a nice round feeling. And around that shoulder, that little bit of roundness. I always like to put just a hint, even if it's on the shaded side, on that other shoulder, and just blend around it. again, we're just going to colour pick from wherever we can. Think about that lighting. And think about where that's going to reflect off of on the skin. So again, these areas here around this thumb are just a little bit too dark for my liking, so... Further to the right in this picture we're going, the closer to white I'm actually going with the brush. And it's more or less the same with absolutely everything. So again, let's get a nice bright white going on the top of that thumb. So the lighting is coming from there. And me being an absolute lemon, I've forgotten to actually get rid of that part of the lightsaber as well, but never mind. But around the hands it's always good to leave some of those very dark areas dark. Just so it gives that impression that there's a lot of shade going on underneath. I think it looks a little bit sausagey to me. But we can fix that up a bit more later. The other thing I'm not really liking, I want to make this underneath the shoulder just that little bit shaded to suggest where the armpits are. What do we think? I mean, of course I'm going to need to get some much darker bits in around the nostril kind of areas, so I'm just going to hint at that here. Just add a little bit of shading. Just smidgen. Again, if I really wanted to, I could again duplicate that layer, put it over the top, put the clipping mask on, and again, if I wanted to bring out those really crisp bits of light, I could just play around with these masks again. It's just a case of doing that over and over again until you're happy with what you've got. See, obviously that's way too bright, but it does bring out those whites really nicely. But it also saturates the colour quite a lot, so there's that I quite like. Might tone it down a little bit. But it just adds that little bit more movement. And it's just that process of doing that time and time again. So I might again just take it down a little bit more. But it adds that dimension. So once we've done that, gonna create another clipping mask on the top, and this is where I'm gonna start using the airbrush. So I'll find that very quickly. And another fantastic tip that I found online was, with your airbrush, turn the opacity right the way down. And I actually do this on my cartoons as well. When I'm doing skin tones, if you get a nice kind of blood red colour, you just go over certain areas really, really lightly, especially around kind of like the cheeks and around the areas of much softer skin, fingertips a bit. It's a really nice way just to give that skin, no matter what the colour is. Obviously here I'm doing orange skin, so it just gives it that little bit of extra life. Again, you can play with the opacity as much as you want. Now I know a lot of people do it as well for the nose. I don't often, but I might put a little bit underneath the nose and on top of the lip. Because there was always a phase, which I seem to remember, was people were doing that like crazy pink nose kind of thing, where every single portrait you saw of a pretty girl had a pink nose and looked like she'd got a cold. So the principle's right, but it just looked a little bit odd. So again, gonna merge it. Create another one. In this case, I've not actually decided what colour I want the light yet, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. But I am going to tone this up just a touch and try and work in some of those shadows. Using that airbrush. And give it that nice round feeling. Again, you don't need to go too crazy with it. You see what I mean? It just adds that dimension. It adds that roundness. It adds the roundness to what is already quite a flat, well, more of a painted style. You could do it to each of the fingers. Again, if I wanted to, just play with that opacity. For me, I think around about 50% is quite nice. Just add a few little bit more to get that roundness in. Equally, if I wanted to bring out those highlights, I'm just going to take almost a yellow brush, do the same, the opposite side. Just soften up that face a bit. If you go too far, you can always tone it down, or the other thing to do again is if you get the eraser, set it to airbrush as well, turn that right down, you can get rid of some of those areas which it's just too harsh on. Guys, how's it looking? Guys. Or are you all drawing? And nobody wants to touch the keyboard. But yeah, honestly, I'm happy with that for now. I will go back to it later, but it's a good start. Victoria likes it. Thank you for replying, by the way. I think the rest of them have gone to sleep. It's probably the music. Alright, and now we're just going to repeat that process for the layer above. Whoop. And always with these kind of, let's call them white layers, I'd always recommend not using straight white. You're still here, yay! Yay! But you'll see what I mean in a minute. See, that looks quite nice. But if you were to do, let's say, flat white in the same way, it just wouldn't quite look the way you'd want it to. Because it actually wouldn't do that much to the value. So if I just prove that. See, it kind of looks okay, but it's really boring. You get a lot of grey in it, so. So I like to go with that nice blue colour. Again, we're just going to start that blending. At this stage, it doesn't really even matter what brush you use, because these are quite round areas anyway, so. Once again, just going to clear up some of these edges which haven't been picked up before. You can actually do that on all of the layers. Again, here on the left, it just needs to be toned down a bit, doesn't it? So for this, I might do a vaguely hard brush. Well, if I select the right tool, obviously. Again, I'm just going to go right in. blend in some of these areas, but also because we know these areas are where the light's hitting, I'm just going to get rid of some of these little bits and pieces of darkness. It's always good to have a little bit, tiny little bit, but just to give it that form. You guys are all very chill in the chat today. Might go into a little bit more detail around this one specifically because it's not quite as blended as I'd like, so I'm going to take a much smaller brush. We're watching. I'm super excited to see because of the colour. You thought more people would come? It's alright, people come kind of intermittently, they drop in and out. It's not a problem. You know, sometimes if the chat is too busy, you don't actually get a chance to talk as much. When is Thanksgiving? I'm assuming that's where Amber is, from what she said the other night. Tomorrow? That would make sense. Can one of our lovely American friends clarify that? It's before Black Friday, and Black Friday is on Friday. Yeah, that works. I wonder how bad it's going to be in Black Friday this year. I mean, it's normally pretty bad, but this year people seem to be extra stupid. So I think that's actually alright for a start, isn't it? Now, in terms of like the markings and everything, very similar to the Talon one, I'm not going to do anything in regards to those until right at the very end. Asqueto. Not related to this, but today I saw a woman using disinfection spray as a perfume. Well, why not? I mean, it's kind of safe, I guess. I'll give her credit for that. Why not? What? I am proud. There's a lot of people who are stupid people on this planet, dude. Like, you gotta be proud of the ones who almost try. It's the new definition of hygiene standards. It is. So it's actually coming from there, isn't it? You can kind of see we're slowly getting there, aren't we? And after that, she cleaned the metro door with it. Well, at least she cleaned the metro door. Why not? Why not? Multi-purpose. Again, gonna go back to the airbrush. Make it nice and big. Maybe even bigger this time. Turn it all the way down. Let's give it a nice blue shadow. Really get that shape. Nice, quick and easy. We're getting a lot of shape there just by going over with that airbrush. Of course, with the rest of it being white, I could go over with a white highlight. Don't think I necessarily need to just yet, but let's give it just a quick once over just to give it that shape. Just on these little areas. Nothing too heavy. There we go. That's them done. So we're 2 hours in, and this has actually gone a lot quicker than I expected. One little problem here is that orange is peeking through again. Just going to get rid of some of that. That's kind of... is that like a purpley browny kind of colour? I think kind of is, isn't it? Really, really desaturated purpley colour. Let's go for it, see what happens. I'm going to do that. Just going to play around with these settings a bit. That kind of works, doesn't it? And actually, there's not too much I need to do with that because the colours come out quite nice. I suppose one thing I could do is again just go over with the airbrush in a slightly lighter colour. Just to give that definition and that roundness. Welcome back, Candice. I was baking cupcakes on my attention span. Nice. Who's having cupcakes? Are you sending me cupcakes? I like cupcakes. Thank you. Yeah, we've gotten quite far. I'm surprised how quickly it's gone, to be honest. Just getting in some of these highlights. And some shadows in there just to round it off. Why are you making cupcakes? Share with the group. Tell us. Is it for Thanksgiving? Because we were just discussing, we have no idea where it is. Just a bit more colour and it will be perfect. There's still a long way to go yet. Got lots of colouring to do. So now we've got these kind of hook things. So when I've got two things on a different layer, I always like, which are the same colour, I always like to do them at the same time. Because it's just sod's law that you'll end up losing the colour if you don't. I wish I could send some. It's alright, we will eat imaginary cupcakes in your honour. Ah. So let's let them both play with our layers. They're not quite that bright, are they? But if I turn it down a bit. See, a lot of people use overlays for this. For me, I don't really like them. Because they just, the greys just stick out way too much. I don't celebrate Thanksgiving, I just have a very persuasive 2-year-old. Amen. Amen. Speak with Alison. Alison feels your pain. If she's still here. Let's have a look. Is she still here? No, she's not. She's gone. What the hell? Damn. By the way, Candice, are you in the Discord with us? Again, people have so many usernames on different things that I just have got no idea. It's always quite difficult to get this right, so I might just forgo these until I've done the colours underneath, because honestly I'm not really liking the way that that was working, because it's really difficult sometimes to figure out what colour it actually is until you see it on the backdrop of the other colour. So let's carry on without that, and we go to this kind of armory, sort of the frontal armour. And play with that instead. kind of a orangey colour, isn't it? But again, it's really desaturated, but I can play with that. Honestly, I've only had Twitch for a little over a week, so I have no idea how it works. I mean, the Discord itself, Discord is a totally different program. In essence, it's a big old chat room, and we've got lots of different rooms. I built it, and it's got places where you can post works in progress, you can chat with people about fandoms. If you want advice on digital art or anything like that, you can go in and ask, and somebody will answer you. It's a really lovely community, so definitely worth checking out. All the links are down below, so if you ever wanted to, let's say, get involved with that, you can either do that, or you can send me a message, and I can send you an invite directly. But in essence, it's just our way of keeping up and supporting each other, like in one big community, rather than, let's say, via Instagram, because it's, you know, Instagram is a bastard to keep up with. That's not too far off, is it? So yeah, it's available both on computer and on, you know, mobile devices. So yeah, definitely check it out. I'll be in there after we've finished the stream tonight anyway, chatting with people, seeing what's going on. It's been a bit quiet in there today, but people have got stuff to do. Let's tone it down a bit. It's a bit more yellow, isn't it? That's kind of... It's kind of it, isn't it? He says. Having just bad mouth overlays. It does have a lot of variety. It took me a week to set up, like a solid week of work. Ugh. But it's great fun. And to be honest, I think you probably know a few people in there anyway. Because everybody seems to know one or two people when they go in. And we play like drawing games and all kinds of other stuff, so we try to have fun. What am I doing? I am doing this. But obviously, the thing with the Discord is that because I'm in control of it, I can add whatever I want. So if, let's say, somebody wants a room specifically for, let's say, acrylic paints and advice on that, I can set one up. It's not an issue. And people can just have one big old conversation, whoever's interested, about that. Yes, the drawing games are funny, but you need to learn the tricks. You've played once. And you left. Mira, are you talking about the Discord now, or are you talking about the game? Awesome. Awesome. You're talking about the Scribble game. It is a lot of fun. You do have a lot of fun on that. And people are always in there playing. But yeah. Candice, if you go, once you've downloaded it, if you go in there, it's just going to take you to like a terms and conditions page, which is really simple. It's just like nothing too much to worry about. Agree to those. And when you're in, you can go through to the introduce yourself page, and that is in essence where you can put down all of your social media and everything, and all of the active members normally they'll go ahead, they'll welcome you in, and they'll follow you. And again, it's just our little way of supporting each other and anybody who wants to join. But of course, if you prefer, you can wait and do that after the stream is finished, because then I'll be online to welcome you into the group, and I'll give you my little welcome kind of tour thing that I do for people, which is in essence spout a bunch of instructions at you. That actually doesn't look too bad, having that somewhat grey kind of feel to it, does it? Doesn't look too bad. But let's have a look and see. If I put a brown over the top, try and bring out some of those darker colours in a brown instead. Might even make it slightly redder. A little bit more. And soft light right down. Again, that looks a little bit nicer, doesn't it? Getting those nice brown tones in there instead of that horrible grey. So that is soft light 50%. Just going to duplicate that across the rest of them. And actually that one is alright being a little bit higher, because of course the light isn't getting to it. One last time, this center one. And down again to 50%. Cool. And once again, same process, we're going to make a load of clipping masks. And just blend some of this stuff in a little bit more to get rid of some of that grey which is still left in there. This one is going to turn it down. Whoop. Turn it down slightly. Get some slightly dark tones in there. Again, I don't like to go too far with these soft brushes because it loses some of that nice texture which we had on there originally. It's not too bad there, is it? Just colour pick in and around it. Again, I mean that one there is alright. I think honestly these two need to still be a little bit lighter. Might add just a touch of white into the mix here. Again, gonna merge it down and then I can just play with those contrasts and that saturation. However, I'm gonna go back to my hard brush just for a bit. Let's turn that opacity up. Just fill in some of them gaps. Just get rid of some of them here as well. Thank you, Mira. Look. But it kind of just shows that once you've figured out what you're doing, the whole grayscale painting thing does work. But you just got to experiment with it a bit and not be afraid to duplicate your layers quite a lot. Now again, for me, I think they're a little bit too saturated. So I might just quickly turn that down. Yeah, that's better, isn't it? Same with this one. Turn that down slightly. And then that right hand one. Now I see all the preparations I did in the previous 2 sessions of painting. Exactly. Exactly. But also it's nice to actually show people how you do it, because quite often if you were to, for example, go onto a YouTube video, a YouTube tutorial or something like that, of course their prerogative is to try and get as much information crammed into 10 minutes as possible. So half the time you don't actually end up learning anything at all. Whereas it's why I love Twitch so much, is you actually get to see the thought process that goes in behind it. You can ask questions if you want to, and you can also see the mistakes which people make, which for me is like the most important thing. But again, as you keep on going, you start to see little bits and pieces which you're not happy with the other parts of the the painting. So for example, now that I've done these, for me now, that skin doesn't look quite right, so I might go back later and start adjusting it slightly. But we'll leave it for now. No problem, dude. Take it easy. We'll be on for another 2-ish hours. So, if you want to pop back in, feel free. You're always welcome, my man. Let's get that hard brush out again. Turn it up just slightly. Get that white nice and clear. Actually, where is that? That's there. It's from the dress. Let's get rid of that. Every time I see another artist's process, I'm reminded that I'm truly chaotic. To be fair, right? I think everybody starts like that. So, I might look calm at the minute, but it's taken like years of practice to get to this stage. I'm sure when I was young, I was just madness. Scatty as hell. But again, I think that's why I kind of enjoy painting on stream quite a lot, is because it's a much more thought out process and you have to kind of force yourself into going that much more slowly. Whereas with my drawing style, that is much more chaotic. I mean, you can see from the process videos that I put up. I even put up one today of the post which I made earlier. Obviously it's methodical, but it's also pretty chaotic. Because I'm constantly going back and... because I'm trying to get stuff done quick, because it's a much quicker drawing style. There's inevitably going to be a lot more mistakes. Yeah, alright, haha. Like I said, only for paintings. Again, for drawings, I never do that. And it comes back to bite me. Alright, Mira. Don't cut yourself. Yeah, I think that's looking alright. I mean, honestly, I'm not totally happy with the shape of this frontal bit. It's a bit more rounded here, but in another way, I kind of like it. Doesn't make a huge amount of sense, but yeah. But potentially, I might play with that later and see if I can change it when it comes to merging everything together. We'll see. What's this in behind? Ah, okie dokie. Anyway, so that's them more or less done for now. Like I said, we can come back to them later. So the next thing, and again, I'm just going to ignore the hooks for the time being. It's probably going to be the dress. Whoop. I think it's kind of a bluish grey, would you say? I feel as though that's kind of bluish. Somewhere around kind of there would do alright. Only one way to find out. Yeah, I mean, they both kind of work. In fact, I actually prefer that soft light better. And I'm tempted just to not really go over and blend that too much more. But instead just go in and start shaping straight away. Just gonna again take up that nice airbrush. I'm gonna go for darkish blue. And I'm probably going to change this to a multiply layer just to add those shadows. Of course, I can always turn the opacity down a bit later if I want to. Just getting that nice rounded shape. Again, I think that already looks alright, doesn't it? See, that's way too much, but if I take it down just a tad. Starting to look okay. Again, just kind of get some of these lighter areas in just to add that touch of movement. That little bit of light in certain areas. Again, I can just play with that opacity. till it looks okay. Again, by zooming out, you kind of get that feeling of the silhouette. You can pretty much figure out what's what, even if you take it all the way to kind of like there. It's all looking alright. Okay, so what do we want to do next? We've done all of this. Now, honestly, with these hooks, I'm going to do something slightly different. Still roughly the same, but I'm just going to take another hard brush. I'm going to turn that opacity all the way to the top. And we can see there, that's kind of a darkish brown colour. Roughly like that. Of course, I'm doing the wrong hook. Let's see how this comes out. Play around in with these blending modes again, see if we can get something nice. I think that's roughly the right colour, isn't it? So, I can move across here and do the same thing on the other side. What did I use? I used hard light, didn't I? Again, like we said, that's almost like a purple, isn't it? But let's try it. Colour in those little areas. Let's see what happens. That kind of works. Probably going to need to blend that in quite a lot, but we're going to do the same on the other side. Yes, that kind of works. Let's take the saturation down and the brightness down just a bit for that far side, just to indicate shadow. Might just take the saturation down this side as well. Try and give it that much more metallic kind of feel. Then we can blend it all together and we can start painting over the top. So I'm just going to recolor these just so I know which one I'm working on. Again, I'm just going to take down that brush size, change the opacity slightly, Zoom in for this as well. Just start working in those colours. And often I find the way to go about this kind of thing, to get in those tiny details, is just to make those dark lines as small as possible, whilst at the same time being blended. It just makes it look that much more detail, without really doing too much work. Take it slow, back up a bit. How's everybody's pieces coming along? Again, that's almost a little bit too dark along those edges, so again, I'm just going to take this right down, slowly go over the top of it, blend it in a bit. Soften it up a bit. Thank you for joining, Vicky. Hope you had fun, and I will speak to you when I speak to you. See you later. Bye. Again, get that tiny brush out. Maybe I'm going to take that opacity down a bit again. Just edge off what we're looking at. Really tiny little strokes. Just so you can barely see it. And again, just continue blending it in. I'm just going to get rid of this mess as well from before. That's looking okay, isn't it? Yep. I'm just going to go and do the other side as well. Of course, it doesn't need so much detailing. It's on the far side, but it's nice just to do a little bit anyway. give that illusion. There we go. So we've done a lot of these. Again, I'm just going to highlight these in green just so that I remembered what I've done. My Wi-Fi is being such trash right now, but I'm still here. Don't worry about it. Not an issue. We're chill anyway. Did you get cupcakes all over the router? Yeah, I'm just going to put in some nice darker tones with that airbrush, just to confirm that's in the shadow. Honestly, Candice, if you need to go fix it, by all means do so. Now, I like to use hard light quite a lot on these kinds of layers because it just changes the lights and the shadows a bit as well. Just gonna get rid of that. That kind of works, isn't it? Again, with this, because it's shiny, I'm just going to duplicate that layer. Put it over the top. And I might just play around with these lighting effects again. To really bring out some of that nice lighting effects which we've already put on. Let's give some of that rim lighting with a hard brush. Again with this, might just kind of add a little bit of kind of blue lighting for this kind of outside area, because white just never seems to pop, but kind of pops too much. There's a nice kind of bluish colour. Just takes that edge off a bit. Doesn't need to be too bright. Kind of works, doesn't it? And let's colour pick again. Let's just use the rubber and get rid of some of this excess brown which is coming out the side. Just form that shape. Now again, I think it might be a little bit too saturated. So let's turn that down just a bit. Lighten it up slightly. Of course, that last bit, we've got the two little... No, I'm not even sure. What are they? They're like buttons or something? Let's go for a nice bright yellow and a nice bright orange, and hopefully with the right blending mode it's going to come out looking alright. Let's make a new layer over the top, blend it in a little bit more, take this down a bit. Let's get a little tiny splash of white on those edges, just to bring out that shape. Honestly, as it's all one piece, I feel as though if we merge the group together, we're pretty good. Might just need a little bit of trimming around. Leku. In certain places, just to get it nice and soft. And again, let's put on some nice shading. Turn that down a bit. Just get that lovely rounded feeling. So I think that might just be taking away from the kind of the painted vibe that we had going on. So about there kind of works, I think. I've actually just noticed that tiny little bit of skin out there is a bit out of place as well, so. Cool, so the chest plate's done as well, so we can tick that off. Now we'll do this waistband kind of thing. Seems logical. That's kind of a greeny colour, I believe. Yeah. So it's kind of a green going almost brownish to an extent, I suppose. I think that works. If we don't try, we don't know, do we? Now, actually looking at it, I'm not 100% on the shape of this. I might just drag this down. Maybe that's just up a bit as well. I think that works a bit better, doesn't it? But it means I just need to quickly go back to the dress. Let's change that shading just a bit. Make it not quite so dark. Which bit are you talking about? I have no idea which parts of this stream you've actually seen. I'm assuming you're talking about the kind of colour. Again, it's really kind of desaturated, isn't it? So I might add a touch, kind of in yellowy colour. See if we can brighten some areas of it up a bit. Maybe a bit more desaturated. This kind of brightens it up a bit, doesn't it? They almost look like the same person. Almost. Obviously I've been a total idiot and I've completely forgotten that she doesn't have eyebrows, so I'm going to need to get rid of them in a little while. And for this one, let's add some blue kind of shadow. A much lighter kind of yellowish highlight. Actually looking at it, they're almost the same colour, aren't they? Like that chest plate and the belt are very kind of similar in terms of tone. And something else I've just noticed is actually her leg could go quite a lot further down. Yes, but this version's facial expression is much sassier, which I like. I'm not going to get rid of, let's say, the positioning of the eyebrows, but what I explained in the very first stream is even with, let's say, for example, Ahsoka, I always like to draw the eyebrows on it in the first place, because it allows me to position the eyes a lot easier than, let's say, if they weren't there in the first place. But of course, with Ahsoka, you can see she doesn't have eyebrows as such, but because she's got the markings, it still works. So in essence, right at the very end, I'm going to go back into this, and I'm kind of going to blend over the top and try and get these colours to match, but taking into consideration the light. And then I'll add the tattoos over the top and give that kind of sass through the facial tattoos, if you know what I mean, the facial markings. Again, I think that needs to be a little bit lighter. I'm happy with that. But yeah, I think you're right on the belt. So I'm going to kind of try and take a kind of a mid-tone, saturate it up a bit, and see how it works. Yeah, that kind of works, doesn't it? Can do the same with that upper part of the belt as well. Stuff like that. I mean, I'm probably going to need to colour pick a little bit from these areas. Generally, it's not too bad. And the same here. It needs to be very light, doesn't it? And that kind of needs to be a much darker colour. I can always just add some little touches of highlights in there just to add that movement. Now, those are actually quite white, aren't they? So I'm just going to rub out with rays. For some reason they don't want to. Not quite sure why. Oh, that's it. Raise these areas. If I ever click on the damn layer. Let's try that again. Might just add some tiny little highlights on them as well, just to brighten them up a bit. Again, always thinking in mind where that light is coming from. Yeah, they stand out quite nicely, don't they? Then it's on to the hoop, which again I'm going to kind of go with that blue colour, just to keep that theme running. For that, I don't think I need to do much more to the belt. I think that's pretty much sorted. Whoop. this point it's just that hoop. Already that's come out quite a nice colour. Again with that soft brush, let's get in some of those dark tones. If it wants to, which it doesn't seem to, for whatever reason. That has a nice rounded feel to it now, doesn't it? But looking at it, there doesn't seem to be much of a shadow going on underneath, so if I go back down to the waist layer, let's just subtly add in again some of those dark blue. Highlights around this ring. Finally I'm back. Oh my god, she's almost finished. She is nowhere near finished. This is definitely going to take at least another stream. Also, did you cut yourself? Turn it down even further, I think. Zoom out and see. I think actually having it that much darker does kind of help it a bit. Yes, with the lighting effects, but everything else is already there. It kind of is, yeah. Yeah. It's not going too bad. And it depends. I think I might do a hint of texturing on some of the different parts as well. Lol, no, but I removed my band-aid. Yes. Well, that's a win for society. At least one good thing came out of 2020. Your finger is still whole. What about the pumpkin? Is the pumpkin still whole? Or did you not have pumpkin tonight? That's something different. No, we're still waiting for better things in 2020. We still have one. Don't say things like that. Because you know what's going to happen? Is every time we say, oh, it couldn't be any worse, 2021 will come around. It'll be even worse. For God knows what reason. This is kind of a reddish towards purpley colour, isn't it? Pumpkin was used for soup and pumpkin pies. Quite the little chef, are we? Although, you know, butternut squash with feta. I'm assuming pumpkin's more or less the same. Ooh. Yes, I'm into desserts. Hey, why not? Everybody else seems to be baking today, why not you? Feta with honey and walnuts. Oh yeah. Just putting it out there, feta is the best cheese. Just because it goes with so many different things. And it goes with weird things. Because with a lot of cheeses, you just kind of have to put it with what it goes with. With feta, it just goes with weird stuff. It's perfect. Let's see if this works. It's a bit too dark. That kind of works. Yes, but it's Bulgarian, the Greeks stole it. Yes, alright. It's okay, I'm in Crete, we have Mizithra. We don't need you Bulgarians in your feta. Feta is. You're actually thinking of doing moussaka? Nice. Why not? Do it. It's good to know that you're taking care of the family. Have I tried Bulgarian yogurt? Not from the top of my head. I may have done because I worked with Bulgarian people for a long time, so... And they always used to feed me strange things, so I may have done. But I'm afraid to cut things. Oh dear. Try it anyway. I'm sure you'll be fine. We'll just get a blender. That's okay, it kind of needs to be toned down and blended in a bit. Hey, what can I say? I'm good at mixing drinks, not making food. Leave me alone. Or just get somebody else to cut them for you, you know. Ooh. Orange. Get rid of the orange. Oh, and there as well. God. That's better, that kind of works. What was my favourite cocktail to make? That's a tricky one, because eventually when it becomes a job, you stop having favourites. I'll tell you what is not my favourite, is mojito. Mojito is a pain in the ass. Ask any bartender. That's it. Probably, actually, my favourite to make, because I make it slightly different to how a lot of other bartenders make it, is Cuba Libre. Because I actually try to make it into a cocktail rather than just having rum, coke and lime. So I always had a lot of fun with that. Other than that, it was always fun because, especially with the tourists, if you made the 3-layered cocktails. So, for example, the ones with the red at the bottom, the orange in the middle, and the blue on the top. Decorated them with all kinds of fancy fruits and decorations and stuff. I did actually show or share a photo of me making one of those in the Discord quite a long time ago, but I don't think you will remember then. Yep. The layers ones are hype. Hype confirmed. But I used to get gaggles of like German tourists coming around with their video cameras and watching me make them, and I was just like, ooh. We have the typical Bulgarian cocktail called the Cloud. Do I want to know what's in that? Or is it going to kill me? Now that kind of works there, but it hasn't quite worked here, is it? Let's try and go for something similar down the middle. That looks quite nice. What does it have inside, and I'll tell you yay or nay. I don't think you can actually see it on my camera, but just slightly above there, I've actually got my cocktail kit. It's mastica with mint liqueur. Is that it? Is that all it is? Mastica with mint liqueur, like creme de menthe. Ooh. I'm intrigued. Like, I'll give any drink a go. But your mastica tastes like ouzo. To be fair though, ouzo goes nicely with mint, so. Because it's got the aniseed, hasn't it? Interesting. I learned a new cocktail. Don't think I'm ever going to make it. I've actually never seen creme de menthe here at all. Anyway, so like, it's ridiculously difficult to get some of these ingredients. I do see a couple of more people have come in recently, so hello people. Hello. I'm Ollie and I'm drawing Ahsoka today. We have done for the last three, last 3 streams anyway. It's good, yeah, it's actually quite balanced. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Honestly, That's the thing. It doesn't matter how strong it is, as long as all of the flavours complement each other, it's a good drink. And as long as you drink it in the right way, it's all good. I mean, I'm more of a rum person myself, just because I like the sweetness, but... let's just say, as a cocktail barman, I've had my experiences in that field. So, that's looking not too bad, is it? So I think... overall, see, I still need to go over the eyes and all that kind of stuff, the headdress, but we're getting there. I'm a gym person. I respect gym people. Personally, it's not my favourite. Like, I can drink it, but it's not my choice. Although, again, I think it depends on what you put with it. Let's just zoom out a bit again. So I think we're going to leave the whole Rosario Dawson thing, and we're just going to concentrate on how she looks in Rebels. Because it's going to be a bit too finicky at this point. Depends on watching. True. True. Very true. So what's your favourite kind of gin? Tell me. So I probably should have done that with a hard brush, but I'm an idiot, so I did not. Let's just try and... can't wait for me to do the blue part of the hair. It's a good job none of the Star Wars fans are in here, because it's not hair. But yeah, it's always quite cool. They're kind of markings. But they will take quite a long time, actually, because I'm quite the perfectionist when it comes to that kind of stuff. Which is why I said again, it's going to take at least another stream to get the majority of this done. She's got them bright blue eyes, isn't she? Monkey Gin's nice. Monkey Gin is nice. Illusionist I've never heard of, if I'm being honest. And she's got really bright blue eyes, isn't she? And again, I'm being an absolute idiot. I'm not using my hard brush. That's very cool, we get another stream. It is. It is. Like I said, the plan was always to stream this week on Friday again, just to try and get it finished. But again, if people have actually enjoyed it and are willing to turn up, I don't mind doing this more often. Illusionist of Munich gin. Has this blue flower and turns purple pink when you add ton. I think I've seen something like that before. It's one of those things where you find in the capital cities where they're way over the top. Yeah. No, I get what you mean. Whoop. Why is that so high? Amber wanted to join, but she couldn't because of all the prayers for Thanksgiving. That's alright. People can't join all the time. It's not a problem. No, she wasn't here. No. It's just been me and Chantel for a little while because the others had to disappear themselves as well, so. And Chantel was having difficulties with the internet. It's all good, not a problem. And again, it's always fun sitting here and just seeing people pop their heads in and spying on them. So again, with the eyes, I always like to give it a nice dark variation on that outline. It just makes it stand out that little bit. Them piercing blue eyes. Let's merge them down. One more? Yes, one more. And again, this is something that I do a lot for the eyes, not just on my paintings, but also on my drawings, is that for the pupil, I like to give it this kind of very dark, desaturated purple, because it just makes them stand out as something slightly different from, let's say, the eyelashes, etc. You can tell it's something slightly different. Might make it just a little bit darker. So that way, when I then go on and start doing the eyelashes, I can do them in a really dark colour and they'll contrast quite nicely. Just round those off around the sides, just to give that, again, that little illusion that the eye is curving. Again, I think that's looking quite good. And then she's kind of, again, this version's kind of got these reddish purple kind of lips, hasn't she? So the layer underneath, let's go over that. Like so. In fact, let's go over even more. Again, I always like hard light because it just, for whatever reason, seems to be really good. At bringing out those different colours. Of course, if you can colour pick them, you can bring out some even better highlights. And then slowly blend them in. Get that nice kind of rounded shape. Again, slowly towards that bottom part of the lower lip. I like to leave that nice and dark. Just so it contrasts a bit. With the skin underneath. So we've got a lot of the basics done. Now, this is where the tricky bit comes in. We're going to need to start going over these eyebrows a bit. Which is always fun because they're skin. So in essence, you've got to kind of try and make the light feel as though it's there without actually having the eyebrows to give you excuse not to use it. Kind of a bit like that. Might take that softness even down a bit further. So of course it's going to look a little bit odd for a while. As long as we kind of try and get that dark area in underneath where the eye is. Blend that kind of top area where that light is coming from, and then kind of go for a nice neutral in the middle so that it contrasts a bit. On that far side of the face, we've got the light coming on it anyway. kind of that kind of area there, just roughly the same kind of skin areas. The eyebrow, so something that we can kind of blend in as well. Again, she does look very odd without the eyebrows, but slightly off colour, isn't it? Of course, the thing is as well, we kind of need to think about the fact that there's going to be kind of makeup in around there as well, so gone from that to that. So what I can do, see, that's a bit more kind of edgy, isn't it? So almost that edge there needs to come up a little bit. Keep that edginess going. And again, I'm not going to actually merge these two layers together because it will allow me later on to sort of look at the layer below, and it will help out with those markings. Something's not quite right there. Okay, fine, be like that. Of course, at this point, the only bits I haven't quite done properly are those lightsabers, so I might just quickly go ahead and do those in the meantime. So get those nice and blended, and add those little bits. Going on here as well, haven't they? So not going to bother being too perfect with them. Because again, they're not really the focal point of the painting, so it doesn't matter too much. It kind of bends in a bit like that, doesn't it? bit off shape. Let's just play with it. See what else we can do. Again, this is almost going just back to that black and white face right at the beginning. Honestly, I probably should have done it a lot earlier, but people were pressuring me to get to the colour, weren't they? Let's just kind of shape it out. Like I should have done a long time ago. It's probably been too far. Better, isn't it? It's actually a lot more rounded than it looks. Has everybody gone to sleep yet? Yeah, if I was anybody at all, I probably would have done more on this at the start, but because these things always give me grief. It's always hers as well. It's like, I can do other characters' ones, but they're just such a weird shape. And it catches me off guard every single time. Especially when you're trying to figure out what angle they're going in. It is the small details. What can I say? And it's one of these things which I feel as though it's just not going to go right as much as I try. Again, it's the fact that they're kind of curved. Or let's say not even curved, rounded. Which is kind of causing the issue. That's looking slightly better. Wow, you can't believe you're still at it. Are you crazy? Of course we're still at it. It's only 20 minutes to go, but this is how long we've been doing it, like, for every stream. But we're getting there. She's lost her sassy eyebrows, just for now. But they'll be back. Thank you. Thank you, Allison. Appreciate it. It's just like I was just saying to the other two. That of course I was an idiot and I didn't do the lightsabers properly when I should have done. So now I'm going back and struggling. I think they're kind of working now. Bit better. Yeah, when people were saying, "Oh yeah, you'll be done tonight," of course I wouldn't. Come on, are you mad? However, I really, really do hope I'm done by Friday. Really light touches. Again, I don't like to be too crazy on the lightsabers. He says as he's just done it for about 35 minutes. But once that is done, I've got to ride that hype wave. You have no idea. Because every time anybody ever does Ahsoka, it goes insane. And yet every time I do, I seem to miss it, so I'm not missing it this time. Now honestly, again, I'm going to be a lazy effer. Now let's see if we can fix this So it kind of works over here. Woo! Duplication! Digital art! Digital art! Can't be bothered to do what I should be doing, so therefore I'm just, you know, being lazy. Whatever reason, all kinds of weird and wonderful things going on in front of the hand, which isn't the most helpful thing in the world, but we can dink that in a bit. Because her lightsabers are kind of curved a bit anyway, aren't they? So. That works. Thank you. I'm doing amazing in my laziness. Just edge it off a bit. And if we zoom out, pretty good. That first one is there, isn't it? So might see if we can just curve this one a bit as well. Yeah. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Still got a few little bits in behind, isn't it? Let's get rid of those. There we go. And again, we're going to go back to our old trick. Just going to cut these bits out. What? What do you want from me? Why are you laughing? Share the joke. Please. Copy that. Oh, the Shrek joke. Yeah. Bleh. Ogres are like onions. No. The stink? You leave them out in the sun, they go white and start sprouting little white hairs. God, what have you people done to me? I've gone totally insane. Not that I wasn't already, but... Alrighty. So, we got 15 minutes left. So, just gonna play with that colour a bit. And then for next time, in essence, it's going to be a case of we're going to start merging stuff together, and then we're going to really get into highlighting those outlines. So I actually might start doing some of that now. He says as he totally forgets he needs to do the headband. Jesus, guys, why didn't you remind me? Come on. Gotta do better. Gotta try and find that kind of brownie colour. Go over these areas. That'll not do, donkey, that'll not do. Actually, funnily enough, that kind of middle bit has turned out quite well with this overlay. So, that'll save me a job. And also, am I not right that, like, just colouring something in, just a big old thick 100% opacity colour is just one of the most satisfying feelings that you have as an artist. Yes! Yes it is! British guy says truth. Like, I don't know what it is about it, but it does just feel right in some bizarre way. It's not quite the same, is it? But I digress. See what else we can do. I think it is. I think it is. They went for a massive phase of selling those, didn't they? The adult colouring books. It's better. That's better. Has anybody actually set adult? To be fair, you probably could get adult ones. But has anybody actually tried selling any of those? Because I was looking into it at some point. At one point. But I never got round to it. But actually, Chansey made a good point that you could just take the line work from all of the PSD files, or the sort of like the files you've already made, and just put them together into one and sell it online, see if it makes any money. Just as another product. I bought one from somebody who never did it. Well, that's the thing, is once you've got one of them, you then kind of need to buy the pencils and the sharpeners. And that's just like, it's too much. It's too much money. Can't afford it. I wish I was joking. Let's give that some nice shine. Bit too bright, I think. Let's go for a soft light. That works. Nice desaturated blue for some shadow. Too dark, that isn't it? It's got a nice roundness to it. Which brush am I using for the shiny parts? For the shiny parts, that is a full airbrush. Because obviously the way that metal shines is totally different to the way that skin shines. So I think the airbrush is the best one for that. And I use it... yeah, soft airbrush. Yeah, the softest airbrush that you can have. But you'll probably see tomorrow I'm going to use this a lot, but you see what I mean? I use it at full capacity and it gives that nice kind of glistening shine. And when you've done that, you can just play with that opacity. And if you're in really bright light, like, you can keep it as is. Not, you can turn it down, but I also use the same for the shadow. You can also see I vaguely used it around this area as well. And again, for these metallic parts, you can see all it was, if I can find it, where's it gone? All I literally did is I took the soft airbrush, did a long quick swipe, then another one like that to give it that nice shine, and then I just played with the opacity. So obviously at this point it's too shiny, but it's the general idea. Those shadows can be slightly toned down. Yeah, it is looking pretty good, isn't it? I might just tone down the background now that we've coloured it a wee bit, so she stands out a bit more. But yeah, considering we've only got 5 minutes left, I'm not going to start doing too much in the way of starting anything new now, but we've got a lot of the colour down, which is awesome. I didn't think we'd actually get so much down. So at this point, it is just a case of doing those tattoos. Well, tattoos. I keep saying tattoos. The facial markings and the leku, the head tail markings. Figuring them out a bit. And yeah, doing a lot of jiggery pokery with the lighting. I know, I'm sorry. But the thing is, they've got their own name. They're not even called Leku, are they? There's another name specifically for Togruta. Because Leku are only for Twi'leks. Montrals. There you go. See? I told you earlier on I was going to get in trouble for saying that. In fact, we're going to rename that Mon. In fact, we're going to do it caps. Montrals. Very quickly, I'm going to save it here now because this might go totally wrong. In these last 5 minutes, I'm going to take this layer. In fact, I'm going to duplicate this layer. Take it all the way to the top if it will let me. Let's see. Got our problems here. But again, looking at I'm looking at it now and thinking they need to be longer. So yeah, you can kind of see they're not quite long enough, are they? So let's just have a quick little play. Let's see if this actually works. Look, how satisfying is that? Just playing with these things. Do you think that looks better, doesn't it? For me, personally, I think that looks a lot better. Obviously, they're still not perfect, but what is? So what do you think? Do you prefer them longer or shorter? Wherever the short ones are gone. Longer, shorter, longer, shorter, longer. Mira? Candice? Oh my god. Danny, why have you come back now? I'm literally gonna end the stream in like 2 seconds. Says longer. I think we're gonna go with longer. Let's go with longer. Just kind of last thing we're going to do. Just shape them a bit. Yeah, that looks way better, doesn't it? Power, people. Power. Well, that is it for today. So, I guess we'll see you on Friday. If y'all gonna come. Although, no Mando spoilers in the chat just in case people haven't seen it yet. Please. And yeah, sorry Danny, I'm sorry you came all the way back here just for me to finish right now. Thank you so much. So potentially long-term plan, if I manage to get the room soundproofed a bit, is I might continue much longer. Go for like a half-hour break or an hour break and then come back and keep going. And Applehead, what the hell are you doing? We're literally, I'm saying goodbye. Come on. What the hell? Why is everybody appearing now? Jeez. Alright, for those of you who have just turned up, that's where we're at the minute. Alright? Yeah, exactly. But yeah, anyway, if this continues and we do start to get some more viewers in, then might start doing these a bit longer. But obviously, like I said, I need to soundproof everything first. Yes, thank you guys for turning up again. It's been amazing. Art love to you all. And I will see you and chat to you in the Discord in about 5 minutes. Bye guys.